Yes. Here we go. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Good morning, buenos dias, god morgon. Dear Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like to welcome you here today for this launch of the Sevilla Platform initiative on effective development cooperation, which we have called the 2030 Pact. We are a number of countries and other entities standing behind this pact, and we had a successful, I would say, side event discussing the pact and effective development cooperation yesterday. And here today, now we have the sort of the official launch, and we will hear from this distinguished panel on why they have endorsed this pact and what it means. So and we're live on the UN TV, which is very good, and so we're reaching out far beyond Seville. And without further ado, I would like to call on the first speaker, His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of DR Congo. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Distinguished member of the Global Partnership for Effective Cooperation, distinguished members of the press, I am honored to associate myself on behalf of Democratic Republic of Congo to the launch of the 2030 Pact of Effective Cooperation, Development Cooperation. The launch of this pact occurs in a pivotal moment where global development cooperation landscape is facing severe strains with aid budget cuts, crisis and competition priorities. From conflicts to climate change, the urgency to mobilize financing for sustainable development has never been greater. Learning from the past 20 years of global commitment of effective aids, such as the Paris Declaration in 2005, the Accra Agenda for Action in 2008, the Busan Partnership in 2011, the 2030 Pact for Effective Development Cooperation aims to push forth a new, ambitious political agreement where dialogue, inclusivity, transparency, accountability, data, and evidence will be core to foster national development strategies and policies. This pact is the expression of a coalition for better practices and new solutions to our guests to achieve sustainable development goals and make sure that every resource spent in development is used effectively and produces the utmost impacts for our populations. To all of us, governments, civil society, private sector, multilateral institutions, development banks, let us seize these opportunities to achieve the ambitious transformation our people expect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just recognized that I also didn't tell you who I am. My name is Jonas Wikström. I'm working at SIDA in Sweden, and I'm part of the SIDA Secretariat supporting the Swedish co-chairmanship in GPEDC, the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. So with that said, I'm now calling on the next speaker. We have the Minister for Planning and Economic Development for Sierra Leone. Please, the stage is yours.
Buenos días. I'm not continuing in Spanish. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Deputy Prime Minister for Prime Minister for Planning and Coordination of Development Aid of the Republic of Congo, H.E. Guelaine Yembu Muzia, distinguished colleague panelists, members of the press, and guests. I'm pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the government and the people of Sierra Leone, following yesterday's important GPEDC side event on using evidence and dialogue to drive action towards a 2030 Pact for Effective Development Cooperation. Sierra Leone fully supports the 2030 Pact because it reflects our firm belief that effective development cooperation is more important now than ever. In an increasing, constricting financial landscape, we must ensure that every resource, no matter how limited, delivers maximum value. The Pact provides a clear, evidence-based framework to do just that. In the light of this, I am proud to note and also divulge to the press that Sierra Leone is an ardent supporter of the effectiveness agenda, and that we have participated in each of the last 3 GPEDC monitoring rounds, including the ongoing 4th monitoring round, a process that is providing us data and insight we need to strengthen the quality of our partnerships, improve coordination, and align support more closely with national priorities. It is helping us to move beyond good intentions to measurable results. By embracing the Pact, Sierra Leone commits to deeper reforms in the way we manage our public resources, engage with partners, and track impact. We are investing in stronger public financial management, improving accountability, and using evidence to guide our decisions. This is not just technical work. It is about restoring trust and ensuring that development cooperation will truly deliver for our people. We see the 2030 Pact not just as a new promise, but as a practical tool to reset how development is done, anchored in shared principles and mutual respect. And that is why Sierra Leone is not only supporting the Pact, but also stepping forward to co-lead it here in Seville. We believe that with commitment, evidence, and collective will, the Pact can support real progress where it matters most, on the ground, in our countries, and for our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that inspiring speech. I would now just like to hand over to our third speaker, the co-chair from Sweden, Ms. Annika Utterstedt.
Señores y señoras, estimados, estoy muy alegre verles aquí hoy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear effectiveness champions, as one of the 4 co-chairs of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, GPEDC, I would like to warmly welcome you to this launch of the 2030 Pact for Effective Development Cooperation. I'm very happy that so many of you have joined us here today. Also, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you who have engaged in the process leading up to Seville and in the GPDC work, including the partner country-led monitoring round, which is ongoing as we speak. Our joint work on different fronts to enhance development effectiveness is more important than ever. In a world of finite resources and growing challenges, development effectiveness is an essential pathway to drive sustainable development. It is not an add-on. When development cooperation funds are used effectively, countries maximize the impact from each euro or dollar invested. I'm therefore very pleased to see that the FFD4 outcome document puts development effectiveness at the center and has development effectiveness added to the title of the section on international development cooperation, which signals a renewed urgency to drive action on the effectiveness of all types of development cooperation, including North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation, the effectiveness of MDBs and climate finance. It also includes a strong statement on the importance to uphold long-standing effectiveness principles, country ownership, focus on results, inclusive partnerships, transparency, and mutual accountability. The principles are still very valid for addressing the challenges in an evolving development cooperation landscape. It also includes a statement on reinvigorating the development cooperation architecture globally and in countries as a basis for a more effective, inclusive, coherent, and efficient cooperation and partnership that both honors existing commitments and meets and adapts to emerging needs. It also firmly mentions GPDC as key for supporting global knowledge sharing and learning. In this vein, we are here today at the launch here at FFD4 of a Sevilla Platform for Action initiative under the working name of the 2030 Pact for Effective Development Cooperation. I would like to thank all partners who have endorsed the initiative and especially the one taking a leading role in the work. The initiative is a call to action for a co-created development cooperation system fit for purpose and true to the effectiveness principles. The initiative will build on ongoing work, including the global monitoring round, and should not be seen as a new platform, but rather as a means to reset how we work together by aligning efforts behind country and local priorities and fostering trust. Some of you have already signed up to this initiative, and if not, we are inviting all to do so. Joining the 2030 Pact means shaping the future of development cooperation by co-creating a political roadmap, learning and sharing practical solutions through inclusive dialogues and learning labs, and helping craft a new narrative on effective development cooperation that reflects today's diverse realities and challenges. We see this work as a stepping stone from FFD4 to the next important event on development effectiveness in the form of the 2025 Busan Forum to be hosted by the Republic of Korea in October, which is to be followed by the 2026-27 fourth high-level meeting on the global partnership. The HLM will follow up on the commitments made at the FFD4 and take stock of the final results of the global monitoring round. I welcome you all to join in shaping this work and vision ahead in a truly participatory and co-creating manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have come to our fourth and last speaker. It's the co-chair representing the non-executive stakeholders in our partnership, Mr. Luca de Freya. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and Good morning and welcome. It's a great pleasure to be here speaking with these distinguished colleagues. I think we have already learned a lot about the pact. I would highlight that from the perspective of non-executive actors, GPDC is a multi-stakeholder initiative. The pact will offer more and more opportunities for non-government actors to be involved actively. And this speaks to one of the fundamental principles of the effectiveness agenda, inclusiveness. And specifically, if I may say, from non-executive actors, CSOs, and at the time where we see that the space is shrinking, this is good news. Good news that we're going to have a multi-stakeholder space where the perspectives of different actors can be properly heard and assessed. Let me also highlight that the GPDC made a conscious decision not to present here in Seville a pre-cooked agenda. The intention is to work together with the partners to draft the map, the steps to be taken in the months to come through our dialogues, laboratories. And we're going to have a first meeting of the partners in mid-July. There's a good example of inclusiveness and working together. But surely the GPDC will be the engine of this pact to make sure that this pact actually turns into action. From a promise into action, we're going to make sure that over the next 2 years, the pact will deliver as much as possible, will cover as much ground as possible. This is the commitment we are making. For us, it's very important that we synergize as much as possible. We'll bring together all kinds of efforts are pushing in the direction of ownership, country ownership and democratic country ownership. Let me, in this regard, highlight that country democratic ownership is part and parcel of the Busan Declaration, and for us, as a fundamental agenda to consider and to develop. Hopefully, we're going to bring together all kinds of evidence bases that are available at this stage. Obviously, we believe the GPDC monitoring exercise can provide fundamental insights into the implementation of the effectiveness, but elements coming from INFFs, VNRs, TUSD, OECD, DAC, obviously, are extremely important to push this agenda in the right direction. So I would like to conclude with strengthening the call for joining this pact as we need to work together for a successful effectiveness agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. Before I open up for questions from here in the room, I would like to just go through the list of the endorsing partners to this pact. We have 4 of the leads represented here in the panel: the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone, Sweden, and CPDE, the CSO Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. But in addition, we have also Ghana, Nigeria, Republic of Korea taking on leading roles in this initiative. And apart from in addition to the leads, we have endorsing partners, and they include Australia, Burkina Faso, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Finland, Iceland, Italy, Japan, Madagascar, the Philippines, Spain, Switzerland, Uganda, Zambia, Arab Coordination Group, Civicus, Friends of the Kampala Principles, and Wings Philanthropy Network. So there is quite a large number of endorsing partners, and we are still welcoming more to join us. So with that, we can open up for questions from the floor to this panel, or questions on the pact. I think we have the first question. Would you like to come? Please welcome Mr. Carsten Staur, Chair of the DAC.
It's not as much a question, but it's more a voice of support for this pact. We are living in difficult times. We see a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unpredictability across the global economy, trade and investments. We see a lot of concerns on the future of official development assistance. We see cuts in ODA at present from a number of major donors. We see a lot of tectonic plates shifting. I think one of the things that will not shift, and one of the things that we in the DAC, when we review all those issues and all the effects that they have on IDC, which we will zoom in on, is the issue of effectiveness. I just want to voice the centrality of effectiveness, centrality of the pact, the centrality of GBDC in this context. One of the messages that you, Jonas, presented I think at the beginning, and also was voiced by others in the panel, has been that we need really to be sure that we invest every dollar, every yen, every euro, and presumably it's more and more euros these days. We invest it as effectively as we can. We cannot waste the investment capital and the investment drive of ODA. In this context, the fact that the pact and the work of GBDC combines the broader effectiveness agenda with a clear ownership agenda, which of course is a central key. Both of these issues are a central key to the Sevilla Compromiso de Sevilla. And it's really, really important that we double down on that. I would encourage all DAC members to join the pact. You mentioned some of them who have already signed up for it, but I hope we can even widen that circle as we move forward. But it is really, really important. Effectiveness is a question that will need some deep dive analysis. How can we actually improve effectiveness and improve ownership at one and the same time? That will be the big challenge for us as we move forward. We do know from a lot of OECD data and statistics that there's a number of obstacles, a number of barriers to fully create a very effective international development cooperation landscape or system. We need to unblock some of these barriers, some of these obstacles. If we work together, donors, civil society, international multilateral organizations and partner countries, not least of course, governments of partner countries and civil society in partner countries, we will have a chance to make the world a better place through driving down and driving home this effectiveness agenda. So strong encouragement from my side with the pact. I hope that it will really be transformative. It's really good to see that the pact is driving a link between the Sevilla Platform of Action and the GBDC, and we need to drive on those dynamics as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's see if I can get this one to work. Yes. So through this code, you can get more information on the pact and also how to register and join and get in touch with us. Otherwise, I will continue to leave the floor open for any questions or comments. Please. It's up to you. Okay.
I think I'm from civil society, from CPD, and a part of your team. I think this initiative is extremely important because it's strengthening a new paradigm when democratic ownership, when country stakeholders like government, in-country donors, private sector, civil society, local authorities, parliamentarians are meant to work together, not only in front of some meetings, but all the ways in implementing their own strategies. It's really strengthening democratic ownership. For civil society, it is important that it provides a good opportunity at country level, at regional level, to institutionalize civil society participation, to voice people's needs, and also to back up a very important principle, leave no one behind. For us, FFD, it's not just FFD, as for all of us. FFD is backup support to sustainable development goals. In this sense, it will be very important to unite, and this also helps all those who are working for financing for development, for sustainable development goals, for climate change, to come up to coherent work. This is lacking. Policy coherence is something which is supported by this pact, and this pact will, I'm sure it will help to unite, not at the global level, at regional levels and globals. And I'm sure that the GPDC initiative will be supported not only by DAC members, not only by countries who are partner countries receiving aid, but also by South-South providers and by those who are providing different aid. This pact will provide opportunity to unite and institutionalize multi-stakeholder partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, we have another comment or question.
Yes. Thank you very much. Kurt Dobler, research professor of law at the University of McKinney in Sierra Leone. As an American Palestinian, I'm very encouraged to see pacts towards cooperation and enhancing development assistance when some parts of the world are going in the other direction. I have a very short question. I would just like to know, maybe you have examples of how this pact might be able to enhance South-South cooperation, particularly in West Africa, where many of the countries participating are. And are there ways that it can enhance that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I look at the panel, and Luca, perhaps? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. The South-South cooperation agenda is developing at this stage on different levels. You may know that UN is carrying out some pilot exercise to monitor South-South cooperation better. The GPDC, through the pact, acknowledges the South-South cooperation principles, which are by themselves an agenda. BAPA 40, for instance, you may recall the big conference on South-South cooperation. So as GPDC, we would like to embrace all these kinds of principles, South-South cooperation as well, and work together. That's what the pact will do. We'll try to break the silos. We'll try to break the silos. That's the perspective from the GPD side, but possibly our colleagues would like to expand on that.
Yes. Yes, thank you for that question. And well, we do come from the same country, but very recently, the Sierra Leone hosted the third South-South Cooperation Forum. And we did discuss knowledge sharing, peer learning. And so we see that the pact as being very central to this. And we did discuss very deeply how countries can cooperate, to the point that in Sierra Leone, we will be setting up a directorate of triangular cooperation, and South-South cooperation. And it is actually going to be situated in our ministry, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. So we're working towards that, and definitely being a co-lead on the pact will ensure that the data sharing and whatever is generated by the pact is incorporated in what we do, and we'll see how we can synergistically work together and ensure that there is greater impact on this. Thank you.
Annika? Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to add that I think from what I've seen in many countries where I've been working, there is so much going on nowadays. And we also heard yesterday in the Development Forum that many of the development cooperation agencies in either the lower income countries or and now entering into the middle income countries, they are both donor and recipients. And I think those are very well placed to, on one hand, incorporate the understanding and the learning and the partnerships that are going on between them and the sort of more traditional partners and donors, but also at the same time realizing the difficulties and the challenges that the recipient countries have. So that now some of them are also becoming the donor partners, and donor countries. So I think by having said that, especially when I look at Latin America and now hearing from our colleague from Sierra Leone, that these interchanges are just increasing. And I think that's the way to go to unlock not only the financial solutions, but more even so the understanding and the learning of how do we want to do development together and what are the different alternatives. So very much welcoming this to take place with or without the pact. But the pact, I think, can, and the coordination group within the GPDC can enhance the learning and the exchange of ideas between these partners. All of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we still have some time for comments or questions to the pact and to the panel. I see no more questions. And we are also running out of time, so that brings us to the conclusion of this press-facing launch. And we would like to thank, of course, the panel for being here today presenting the pact and your perspectives. And also thank you to all participants in the room for sharing this opportunity and this moment with us, and for the questions and comments. And as you can find more information, as I said, about the pact through this code. And please do not hesitate to reach out if you have questions or if you are considering endorsing actually this pact, as we welcome more members. With that, I say thank you and have a good day.
1, 2. Oh, can you hear me? You can hear me. Wow, okay. Good start to the show. Sabrina, is the live stream automatically on? Or do we need to check with the production team? We think so. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to everyone watching on the UN live stream. It's great to be with you this morning. I'm Andrew Wilson. I head up the Policy and Communications team at the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you that don't know us, we're a global business organization representing around 45 million members in over 170 countries. And it's great to be joined by two of our partners from Boston Consulting Group. Ravi.
Thank you, Andrew. And hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here today. Quick introduction. My name is Ravi Hansbal. I'm a partner at BCG, based out of London. I lead a lot of our work on trade and supply chain finance globally. Been partnering with Andrew and the ICC team for over 10 years on some of their flagship work around trade finance, and over the last 4 years on setting up and really taking this sustainability program from an idea to something that's actually taking real traction and becoming endorsed policy in many financial institutions worldwide.
Good morning. My name is Doug Beal. I'm a partner with Boston Consulting Group based in New York. I have a global role working with financial institutions on social impact and just transition. And over the course of the past 10 years, I've worked with many banks on their sustainable finance frameworks, including sustainability linked, green, social, etc. And every time we got to the product called trade finance, we said, wow, this is difficult. Let's put this aside and do it again in the future. And this is now the future. So congratulations to ICC for taking on this task, and look forward to talking with you about it today.
Huge thanks, Doug, and welcome to the future, everyone, or at least the future of sustainable traders as we hope to see it. Maybe just a bit of background for everyone. For those of you that don't know what trade finance is, it is not the most sexy or appealing or exotic part of the global financial system, but from a real economy perspective, it is absolutely essential. So trade credit, bank intermediated finance, according to the WTO, underpins something in the region of 70% of global trade. Trade finance market, I think, is estimated at being worth something like $10 to $13 trillion globally. So it is a huge market. And we started this project, this initiative, as Ravi alluded to earlier, in 2021, really with the objective of looking at how can we align trade and its associated financing with sustainable development, and specifically the Sustainable Development Goals. As I've said many times in the past, when we started that project, I thought it was going to be, very naively as it turns out, an 18-month project max. It's taken us several years because of the complexities of trade that Ravi will talk to. But really what we've been seeking to do is to agree a common definition within the market, particularly with the banks, as to what sustainable trade and trade finance is, to establish a common set of principles and a common framework for the banks to use, and also in future to enable consistent disclosures and practices from the banking market. And you'll see where we've got to in that process very shortly.
So I think to begin, why is this really important? And fundamentally, if we look at the market, the global economy, global supply chains are accountable for about 30% of total carbon emissions. In addition, if you take trade itself, trade is effectively the melting pot of business practices, social practices across the world, completely different economies. Some practices very much in line with what we're supporting here, others less so. And therefore, by getting trade to meet standards, you're effectively helping bring together the best-in-class standards globally across the economy. Now, the reason why getting here, as Doug and Andrew have mentioned, is so difficult is effectively that a lot of the sort of principles and guidance around sustainable finance doesn't really apply well to trade finance. And that's because trade finance is what we call a flow product. You're effectively financing the movements of goods, and you don't necessarily know what those goods are doing, where they're being used. Now, if you look at something like the green loan principles, well, they're largely focused on projects. We're doing a project to achieve X. If I'm moving trainers, footwear from one country to another, I don't know what that end purpose is. And what we've had to do is develop a framework that allows for that, because that certainly doesn't mean that it can't be sustainable. Now, if we look at the other challenges around trade, we look at multiple markets. There's no clear consensus view on what is sustainable. We don't know the purpose of the good, as I mentioned. And also, there are no real clear standards to follow. As such, there's a real need to bring this level playing field so that we can define what really good looks like here.
And at the risk of giving you too much background information, but then I promise we will get into the substance of what we're launching today, but we wanted everyone to be clear on the trajectory and the background to this project. Essentially, where we started in 2021 was trying to define a common framework for how you measure the sustainability of trade at a transactional level, which had never been done before. Having completed that, and then in consultation with a pretty large number of major banks, we then started to look at how do you make this operational, how do you actually bring impact, which is where we moved to the higher level principles on sustainable trade finance specifically, starting with the articulation of principles for green trade finance, which were launched last year, and now moving to a broader framework encompassing social issues. And what we're delighted to say is, since the launch of the green trade finance principles, we now have 30% of the trade finance market aligned to that framework. And just a few weeks ago, we were able to announce the public support of 4 major banks that I think you can see on the screen here. So there is very, very clear momentum within the market. Now we're taking the next step to completing the framework, adding the social dimension of sustainability to the environmental dimension. So Ravi, take it away.
Of course, thank you. So as Andrew mentioned, we've already launched successfully, and banks are aligned to the principles of green trade finance. And what we're launching today, and actually it is genuinely being launched today, is an open consultation on the principles for social trade finance, but also the principles of sustainability linked trade supply chain finance, which actually is one of the biggest opportunities in the trade space to really make tangible impact. Now, perhaps to sort of take you through, just give you a whistle-stop tour of the frameworks and principles that we've developed. The principles for social trade finance, effectively, there are 4 fundamental pillars. And what we've tried to do here is, as far as possible, mimic what is being used across financial institutions today. So we've tried to tie alignment to LMA and ICMA as closely as possible. Now, what those 4 pillars effectively are the use of proceeds. This is fundamentally a use of proceeds-based definition, evidencing, safeguarding, and then reporting. And the fundamental principle, which I'll walk through in a second, is that in order to have accredited social trade finance, the transaction either needs to support a social purpose, or the goods need to fundamentally and inherently support a social activity. From an evidence perspective, this needs to be clearly evidenced, and that is something that is very, very difficult to do. It's hard enough in green. In social, it's even more difficult. With sort of the ICC team are trying to make that much easier, but it is a big, big pillar. Safeguarding, there needs to be very, very strong clarity that there is no significant harm caused by the transaction. and then it needs to be rigorously and robustly reported. Now, to bring this to life and make it sort of as tangible as possible, I thought I'd go through a few worked examples. So fundamentally, the key question we need to ask when looking at any transaction is, do we know the purpose? And this is very hard in trade finance, but sometimes we do. If we know the purpose, clearly, is the purpose aligned with the socially accredited activity? Now, where it gets more complex is if we don't know the purpose. And if we don't know the purpose, we effectively have two routes to determine whether it's social trade finance or applicable from a use of proceeds perspective. One, does the good have an inherent nature where it is very clearly and undisputably supporting a social purpose? Vaccines are an example I'll go through. It's healthcare, it's for the greater good. If that isn't the case, the alternative is, are we very, very confident, and this needs to be clearly and robustly evidenced, that the good is produced in a socially sustainable way? Now, just sort of, in fact, one more point before we get into the examples. In addition, and crucially, and this is partly the alignment with ICMA and LMA, is that there needs to be a clear target audience as well. Now, that can be quite narrow, so specific some disadvantaged groups. It can also be quite broad, and we broadened it. So, for example, a general population can be a target population, so as long as we are very confident that the transaction or the purpose is increasing access. Now, just to work through a couple of examples, so where the purpose is known, let's say we're getting a performance guarantee for building a school, that is very clearly supporting sort of the greater access to education, essential services. Where it gets a little bit more tricky is perhaps the next example, where we don't know the purpose, but if the good is something like vaccines, then clearly it is an inherent social activity, again, access to essential services, that is supporting. Where it gets a bit more tricky is the example, and the third one on the page, around, let's say it is soy or coffee beans. Those themselves, they don't have necessarily a social purpose. And inherently, even looking at the good, you can't be confident of what that purpose is. But if they're produced as part of a program with a social purpose, so for example, funding a community, a disadvantaged community in if there's drought or famine, then actually you can apply the social principle to that transaction. And what we've tried to do here is bring together a very aligned view, and the banks agree, and the banks have worked with agree, that meets the LMA and ICMA principles, but effectively also is broad enough to generally apply to a large proportion of trade. The second pillar that we're launching today is the principles for sustainability-linked supply chain finance. Now, personally, I find this is one of the most exciting opportunities here because it's effectively a win-win for large buyers and their suppliers. And in essence, for some of you who are less familiar with supply chain finance, effectively it allows large buyers to fund their supply chains on their credit. For example, if you've got a large supermarket, their suppliers can reduce the payment terms and borrow on sort of that AAA investment grade credit, substantially increasing access to liquidity for suppliers. Now, in a sustainability linked program, the win-win comes from the fact that if you imagine a large buyer, they will have clear objectives as to how can they, for example, reduce their Scope 3 emissions. And what these types of programs allow is large buyers, through the support of a bank, to actually reward their suppliers and increase liquidity to the suppliers for them meeting certain goals. And in essence, the most common setup is if a supplier meets certain targets and shows demonstrative progress, they can actually reduce the financing rate on their payables. Now, what the principles are effectively providing guidance to banks as to how to govern and accredit such programs. And today, and it was quite interesting, we've done work as part of this ICC piece, we spoke to all of the large banks in the space, and they all had very, very different ways of approaching the problem. And surprisingly, they're actually sort of asking us, how can we have some commonality? We're worried about greenwashing risk. And what these sort of principles do is set very, very clear expectations and recommendations to how to run these programs. And without going into a huge amount of detail, effectively there's some effective non-negotiable criteria So having clear KPIs that are very much in line and supporting both the buyer and suppliers' ESG strategies. Having sort of very clear targets which are gradated in line with these strategies. Clearly monitoring, tracking and evidencing progress. Having a very clear, though optional, means of rewarding progress. And then finally, having very clear guidance on if progress isn't made and you do no longer believe that a supplier or a program in the whole is sustainable, having a declassification criteria. And actually meeting all of these criteria required quite a few banks to actually shift how they're approaching the space, but we believe for a much, much stronger and robust result. Andrew, over to you.
So where from here? What we've published today and what's on the ICC website. Now, if you go on iccwbo.org, is the consultation document on the social principles that Ravi just outlined. We'll be running a multi-week consultation, inviting comments from member banks, but also broader stakeholders, certainly corporations with an interest in trade finance flows, but we're also interested to hear from sustainability experts, academics, NGOs, etc. Have we got the level right in terms of how we've positioned the social framework, but also from a corporate perspective, is it practical? And I think as Ravi said, we're aware that banks will have to make significant adjustments to some of their existing practices. This was a very heterogeneous market, particularly in the social space. We're now looking to actually align it, and that will require quite a journey. So is this robust, but also can it be practically implemented and can it make a difference? So that consultation will run through to the 5th of September, and the aim is to try and finalize that as expeditiously as possible, moving towards the finalization of the full principles for sustainable trade finance at some point next year. We said Q4 on the slide. We're, I think, hopeful of doing that. This process has now been going on for quite a considerable time. So our view is the sooner we can get this finalized out in the market, hopefully with endorsement from a substantial part of the market, we can then really move to an environment where we have trade visibly and materially aligned with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement.
Thank you. And at that point, I thought perhaps we can open the stage to questions, which we'll then try amongst us to feed.
Thank you. My name is Killian Smith. I'm a consultant at BCG, but I have not been involved with this awesome project. I came from ESG and sustainability, and I know there's no shortage of frameworks out there, specifically financing. So my question specifically is, what makes the ICC Sustainable Trade Principles different from other financing frameworks?
I don't know. Do you want to go?
So, good question, Killian. I would say it is aligned with many of the sustainable finance frameworks that are out there. As I said in my opening, those frameworks cover a number of products. They cover debt, they cover private equity, they cover public equities, they cover a number of different products. Trade finance was always the most difficult to crack for many of the reasons that Andrew and Ravi have described. The clients that I've had over the last several years, as I mentioned, we've said, this is too difficult for us to tackle ourselves. Let's set it aside, which is why it's terrific that it's being done now with a multi-stakeholder group of banks. And it's different because it's applied to trade finance, where all the others generally are kept out of it, right? So it's aligned to the common frameworks, but we're layering on the product of trade finance.
And just sort of to build very quickly on why that really matters, at the start of this program, we had tier one banks basically saying, we by ourselves need to adapt other frameworks, green loan principles, etc., almost guess how that applies to trade finance, and run with either greenwashing risk or, on the other side of the spectrum, not offer sustainable trade at all, and therefore not actually be able to sort of reward and encourage and drive volumes of the trade that's really making the difference. So hopefully this will really accelerate that shift.
No more questions. I think the comprehensiveness, Ravi, of your presentation has done the job. So I think we can wrap up just slightly ahead of time. Just like to say huge thanks to our partners at BCG, who have really been the driving force behind this work. Also, huge thanks to the ICC team, which has worked on this, particularly Raylene Martin and Tomasz Kubiak at our Paris headquarters. And a reminder, particularly to everyone watching on the live stream, that this now is the start of a consultation process where we are genuinely keen to get as much, hopefully, constructive feedback as possible. Have we got the level right? Is this practical? So that we can finally get the principles for sustainable trade finance finalized. And in many ways, trade finance is lagging behind other asset classes for good reason. But we think this is the year to finally get that framework in place, and hopefully by the time of COP30 to see the market come out in force behind it, both in terms of the green and the social dimension. So we look forward to working with you all, and thanks again to our colleagues at BCG.
Thank you.
We have a lot of experience. We didn't start today. And based on that experience, the Netherlands has taken the initiative, supported by ILX, we will get to that later, to actually come to an initiative to mobilize institutional investors. Institutional investors are pension funds or insurers. And they create a lot of wealth for the pensioners, for the people they serve. Their wealth can also be future-oriented. And that means that we need to talk with pension funds how their assets, 15 billion for European pension funds alone, can be utilized for investing into the SDGs and climate action. And the way we do that is through the multilateral development banks, because they have a rich repertoire of 40, 50 years of experience. So we try to connect the dots between these development banks and the pension funds. Why do we do this? Because government has a role and a commitment to play that role, to connect the dots, to initiate innovations, and to ensure that these are relevant for development. We have the momentum now because we learned a lot the past 10 years over how to do this. And the most important thing I think we learned is to speak each other's language. 10 years ago, we from development wanted the private sector to deliver for development, whilst the private sector is not founded to deliver for development. They deliver for their own aims. Now we know how to talk each other's language and connect the dots. And for that, we need assets, we need classes of assets that can actually invest. And for that, my colleagues will tell you a lot more. We are very proud to do this jointly with Iceland, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and the United Kingdom. And of course, we work together with our pension funds, with our multilateral development banks, and other international financial institutions. We are very excited to do this. We are starting a roadmap to actually deliver on this commitment, because Sevilla is about commitments, but it's more about action. And we're in for action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colette, for providing this kind of broad context in which we are doing this and why this is important from a policy perspective. But now the question, of course, is what is ILX? The X is always kind of a mystical letter. So, Mr. Manfred Schepers, can you help us understand what
where we applaud the initiative taken by the Dutch government alongside those of Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, and the UK. And why these countries? These countries are endowed with very long-standing pension savings. And what we see as ILX over the past years and after the Addis Ababa and the Paris Accord, now already 6 years ago, is that there was an opportunity to match the objectives of both the multilateral development banks, which effectively represent countries like the ones that are now supporting the SPA, and the pension funds in these countries. They share similar objectives. They have objectives of ensuring that there is solid economies, financial health, but also a good planet for people. And these objectives are shared by the pension systems in these countries as much as they're shared by the governments in these countries. And we saw an opportunity to bring these two together in a unique partnership, a unique public-private partnership that is needed to be able to address the challenges of the SDGs that are still largely unfulfilled, and particularly with the increased objectives of climate finance that will be further determined later this year in Brazil. And what ILX does is effectively manage on behalf of, now we're still only 3 years old, so we're still call it a kid on the block, but we are managing funds on behalf of now Dutch and Danish pension funds, but this will expand to further pension funds in the countries part of the SPA. And we co-invest those with the multilateral development banks, which are the ones that people are most familiar with, the EBRD, where Christian is here, but also the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank Group, the Inter-American Development Bank, private sector arm, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and in the future we will also have partnerships with the European Investment Bank and other European development banks. So it's a network, it's an ability to co-finance broadly, globally, in the most impactful projects that not only provide that unique impact, but also give pension funds the diversification they need. Because of what's happened over the past months, people have recognized that the pension funds are too concentrated to look after the savings of their members in the long term. So diversification is important, and the return on the risk that's being taken. And what has been demonstrated in the multilateral bank system, which is a very stable system in the current uncertainties that we have. They share their data, so it enables the pension funds to make judgments that the returns on these pension funds will be sufficient to be able to make this investment. These are huge steps that I think are effectively, now we're at the, I think a little bit the birth of a new asset class. It's not just another hobby, it's not just another niche strategy. I think this will become a core strategy. Christian will comment a bit on the scale of growth in the multilateral development banks. But if you look at the NCQGs alone, coming out of the COP last year and going into Brazil this year, the role of the multilateral development banks has already been committed at over 120 billion of climate finance a year. That will have to grow, and I think it can grow with the support of global pension funds and sovereign wealth funds. We approximate that the total savings in these systems is between 50 to 75 trillion. Just a 1% allocation to development finance will totally transform the system. And that is what I think is not something we wish, it's not something we hope for. I think it's something that's going to happen. And I think SPAs like this are at the heart and the foundation of that impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schepers. Perhaps one short follow-up question, because pensions are also a sensitive subject. So what do you tell people who are worried about their pension savings being used for development in countries that they don't understand? Are the pensions safe in your hands?
I think, of course, the developing countries have greater challenges across the economy and across the social structure and across climate and biodiversity. However, I think the multilateral bank system specifically has been created to support them. And the historical data shows that the financial performance of the assets that they have used to support these countries over the past 3 decades have been very safe and have attracted a very attractive return. So that this asset class, in fact, has been more stable than many of the popular asset classes that these pension funds have been investing in, particularly in the United States, high-yield bonds, leverage loans, all these markets that have become very fashionable over the past decades. In fact, this asset class has generated a better return. And I think this is becoming unlocked. I think we'll get a lot of attention. So I think I'm sadly not a participant in one of the participating pension funds in ILX, but I would sleep better with this investment than many of the other investments.
Thank you very much. So, and I hope your pension is safe in the hands of where it's sitting.
To add that your pension is participating.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the perspective of the Multilateral Development Bank. So we built a lot on your experiences. So Mr. Christian Kleebold, at the EBRD, perhaps you can explain quickly what a multilateral development bank as yourselves doing, why this is interesting for you, and of course also how do you manage such a large amount of funding?
Thank you. And I do actually hope that my pension is also invested into MDB assets because I completely trust them. So EBRD is a regional development bank. We're not global. We are in Central Asia, the Caucasus, Eastern Europe, Turkey, North Africa, and we're very excited to expand into 6 countries for now in Sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we invested from our own balance sheet approximately 17 billion euros in various sectors, the FI sector, the infrastructure sector, and the general industry sector. And on top of that, we have mobilized 27 billion euros, so a multiple of our own investment. So we face challenges, of course. I mean, we're here in Seville, 45 degrees. This will be normal. There is a lot of challenges to overcome, not just in climate. We have other natural disasters which we need to finance. There is a lot of things to do ahead of us. There is an expansion. There is rebuilding Ukraine. So we have big plans at the EBRD to grow further every year. And for this, you need capital. And for this, you need partners who join you in the quest to support these markets, to support the crisis. And it's a challenge to find these partners. So this initiative is an excellent initiative in our view. Because we need partners who join us for a very long-term lending. We're talking 15 years, 20 years, and beyond. We find this in the insurance sector. We find this in the pension sector, right? And ILEX is a prime example and a very good model to be the link between pension funds and the MDB space, right? Because MDBs, at least I'm talking for the EBRD, we need to get used to working with pension funds. They're very different from the partners we have worked with before. So we need to learn ourselves a lot, like what do they need, what are their priorities, and we need to almost start to structure so that they can actually invest in it. So we do a lot of our own efforts, of course, but we have ILEX as, I think Manfred, you called it, the translator between MDBs and MDBs and the pension system. And it's true, right? So we are also at the EBRD holding a roundtable where we invite pension funds to better understand how we need to tweak products, what type of products does that need to be, and what is actually the impact they want to achieve. So we have a lot of models to offer, which is to need to learn how to properly apply them. And Alex is a wonderful example on how that could work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleebold. But then let's move to the final perspective. As is known from microcredits, money is always safer in the hands of women. So let's ask also whether that's also the case with macro funding, this large amount. So Ylva Lindberg, you're at Norfund, a DFI. So, well, besides introducing Norfund a bit, because not everyone may know what you're doing, what's the motivation to come on board in this initiative? And what do you like to get out of this?
Thank you for putting trust in women as stewards of finance. We'll try to live up to that. So Norfund is the Norwegian Development Finance Institution, and we invest in developing economies only for impact, meaning to drive poverty alleviation, economic growth, but also to avoid emissions. We're a pretty small kid on this block, I would say, Manfred, with about $4 billion under management. But I think what sets us apart a little bit is that everything that we do is on commercial terms, but we take more risk and go into more risky markets than many of the others. And when it comes to this platform for action, I think it's only as good as the results it's going to produce on the ground. And there are lots of good intentions and high ambitions, but that doesn't matter if we can't get this to work on the ground. And so what do we do as DFIs? I think one thing, we spoke about returns, and just as an interesting data point, Norfund is about as old as the sovereign wealth fund in Norway, or the oil fund. Of course, we have a totally different risk level from the oil fund, but if you look at our returns historically, they are more or less the same. So it is possible to generate decent returns in our markets. So from a DFI perspective, from a Norfund perspective, we mobilize in 3 different ways. So one is that we mobilize private capital at the individual project level, the investment level. And one example here is a recent investment that we just announced this week, $300 million through a platform called Globalec in Red Sands in South Africa, which is going to be Africa's largest battery energy storage. And with us here, we have 2 South African banks, so mobilizing domestic institutional capital. The second way that I think DFIs can play a role is to make sure that we don't stay invested for too long. It's very tempting to stay in good, safe investments, but we need to make sure that when we are no longer needed, we exit and then we sell to private players. So we divested our largest hydropower asset, $1.2 billion, to a solar company, Scatec. And that means that they come into our markets. So that's the second way to mobilize. And then the third one is through portfolio level mobilization. We have a partnership with Norwegian life insurance company KLP, who very bravely decided 12 years ago to join us in investing in renewable energy in emerging markets. That's been successful for KLP. It's been successful for us with returns in the low teens. So it does show that it's possible. But of course, that isn't enough. If you look at this grave mismatch between the financing gap and the money flowing to where it's needed the most, we really, really need to step up. And Stephen, you spoke about language, that can be a barrier between the MDBs, the DFIs, and the private sector. And thank you, Manfred, for doing such an important role in translating between those worlds. A few years back, I remember having a conversation with a lady from Oxfam, and she'd been having trouble speaking to the private sector. It got more and more heated, the discussion she had, and then they realized it was because when they spoke about equity, they spoke about 2 very different things. Oxfam spoke about equity as equality. The investment person spoke about equity as an investment instrument. So that's just an example of how wrong things can go. So we need to recognize that, and then I think we need to also recognize that we will have different motivations for these partnerships. The institutional investors, they will be looking for diversification. They will be looking for attractive risk-adjusted returns. They will be looking to serve their fiduciary duty. As DFIs and MDBs, we will be looking for impact, but we'll also be looking for attractive returns because otherwise we are not serving our mandate. So trying to recognize those different motivations and interests, but then building models like ILX, like the KLP partnership we have and others, I think that is going to be the way forward. We also need to make sure that we don't make things too complex because we need to move at speed and we need to move at scale. And as a future pensioner, I would feel much less comfortable, as is the case now, with my money being put into government bonds in low growth economies in Europe and the United States, as opposed to in the high growth economies, renewable energy in emerging markets. And that, I think, should be guidance for us going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lindberg. And I hope that we will have another panel in 20 years' time when you have reached pension age, and then we'll see whether we are satisfied with the results of all the investments. So on that note, I'd like to thank all the panelists for their contributions. And feel free, please, to get in contact with any of them if you have any more questions, or whether you are sitting on a pension fund and you think this is really a step forward into making our portfolio more meaningful for development. So you're very welcome to join. Thank you very much, and have a very good rest of the conference.
you.